Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. It's coding day again. And hopefully we're going to be able to pick up where we left off and keep moving. Hey there, Tess. I see you're already here. Hopefully we be mapping today. Or at least map-related coding. Let's check in with kitties real quick, though. We do have, let's see, Ember snoozing across on the keyboard. I believe that's Mason in the upper left on the bed. Yeah, Sherbet's in one of his hiding spots. I can just see him. And down and right from me. Then we have Sky and Sammy on the bed as well. And Molly is snuggling at the moment. She is remarkably dainty when it comes to getting pets. Say, just so kind of thing. Could be real gentle. Hey there, Ray. Welcome. Joining us right at the start here. So, we left off last time. Headphones feel kind of odd suddenly, but everything is surely fine. Hey, Baker Ben, welcome, and doing okay, Ray, doing okay. Pretty good. YouTube is apparently starting to roll out a feature that would let me consolidate the wide and tall formats on YouTube, and that'd be neat. Technically, they have a version of it, but it's bad. So I shan't be using that. Shan't. But let's see. Last time we moved all of the level handling logic over here, and it looks like an ad has started over on the Twitch side. So sorry, Twitch folks. Twitch advertising scheduling gonna do what it do, which is not what I told it to do. But so we moved all of the kind of load up handling into the level, and it's still doing that right now. So it should not be broken by what I've been doing. Been doing some testing work. So the level started and this little guy spawned here. And this little guy's presence caused this to happen. Now he's going to get removed, but it won't matter. So this is kind of the core mechanic that we're looking at. Man, this feels weird. What is going on? I don't know. Something feels wrong. I have no idea what it is. We do. Oh. Escape, we start again. Let that run. Is that we can just for giggles. Do I have this here? Yeah, piercing. Okay. Okay. Yes, I know. I see you there, Molly. Molly will over-toast herself sitting on my lap eventually, and she'll move on. She will crawl away in the most awkward fashion possible. But so last time we set it up so that if you load the level up, so once the level comes into existence, or a new one does, it latches on to world events. This is actually not what we want to do anyway, but anyway. As soon as it pops into existence, it does this. The reason that this is a problem is that this already exists. There is a copy of this that is already out in the game files. So we don't want it to do this immediately, but it's not going to do that immediately. This is okay. But anyway, we load it up. It hooks up into the world start step. So this is the game simulation level tick. If you pause, the game simulation level doesn't happen, kind of stuff. Which is why everything stops moving when you're at the change the weapon screen, that kind of stuff. Because the world tick isn't happening when that's happening. What is with you, Molly, huh? He's a little, yeah. Saying last time, her back fur is a little coarse and staticky. But the rest of her fur, like shortly after the spot, kind of the spinal ridge, is really soft. She is very soft. But it loads up, it gets the start step, it attaches to the events, and is ready to go. Then, as soon as we get a world start step, so the first simulation step, this only works out coincidentally, again. We load up our entities, then we remove the event. We're going to be able to ditch a lot of this logic. And we're going to be moving it into the room object. So levels will be collections of rooms. These are now room entities, not level entities. It's completely different. And you don't remember why you put a comment there. So room entities are really meant to be things like spawners, doorways, that kind of stuff. The enemies that show up after are the ones that were spawned by the spawn point entity that we put into the world. Which is, let's open our files here. Data, level test. Right here. So in our level entities, we say one of these type of entities, put it here, and these are the behaviors to load onto them. Now, you wouldn't use this because this is an actual enemy, and there might be some baggage to that if you use an actual enemy file. So there will probably be like a spawn point entity or similar that we will set up. Might have to figure out various ways to go about this, but here we are. So then the little creature that spawns, so it has a spawner behavior type that says one of these, put this behavior on it. Once every 3 seconds, it will spawn 100 enemies, but it will only do that once. And it will use the spawn around the player. So that is why 3 seconds into the start, as long as that little blob still exists, 100 more enemies will appear in a big circle around the player. Then we have the level map stuff, which is going to get rewritten. So all of this is moving into the room. So we're going to spend some time on that today. And maybe we'll start to get into some of the visual representation stuff. Get it to where when we swap in a room, when a room becomes active, that the map checks that room and says, okay, this is the this is the texture file that we're going to use now. There will probably be some background shenanigans going on for that. But we'll see once we get there. So pre-created this, I made the new room entity version, which is the same as level entity. It just has, you know, the appropriate name. We have the list of things that we're going to create. This is relevant, though. So this one is special. So anything that's created in room entities is, of course, going to be one of these. But it's not quite just that. It's anything that gets created while a room is active is part of that room. So every entity that spawns goes into this list. And it will be tracked accordingly. If it goes away, we remove it from the list. Probably going to not be a list in that regard. Some sort of dictionary or similar, you know. With the goal being, when we get one of these entities, when one of them is created, when we detect a creation, if this room is active, put it in the list. The reason that we do that is so that when you leave the room, we have a way to either pause all of the enemy entities or purge them. However we want to do it. So let's say you leave the room and you're allowed to go back. If you go back, then all of the enemies that you left alive are still in there, still where they were. But we don't want them, you know, doing stuff. So again, lots of footwork is going to be happening here. So we're going to need something other than this. It's probably going to be like, we could probably do like a hash set. Check if it's there kind of thing, remove it if it is. Since it's just going to be an object reference. Okay. So during the startup, we're going to load this. The first time that a room becomes active, it's going to load its entities. It doesn't need to load them until the room becomes active, though. And so we're going to need a method that says activate this room. Or a mechanism for doing that. And that's where I was kind of thinking on this. So the question becomes, what is the series of events for activation? Because we want to decouple things as much as possible. We want to minimize the number of things that have to keep track of, these are all of my parts, essentially. We want to minimize the number of times that we're doing loops and what have you. So one thought would be that, yes, the level knows about all of its rooms, because there is sort of an overarching who can, like, controller kind of behavior to it. So that is likely going to handle the passage of responsibility between rooms. So there will be a room will call out the player exited through exit 3 kind of thing. The level looks at that and says exit 3 goes to room 4. Activate room 4. So as far as the level is concerned, it has been activated. The player has been put at a particular position. And the entities in it are now active. You're going to have your other doorways are active. You're going to have enemies start spawning and moving around. Player gets out and exit. So now, again, the room calls out the player exited. Level says this room is now active. All of the other rooms that might have been active deactivate because somebody else that isn't them is active. This is a possibility. I could have things like all rooms are active all the time, but that feels like a waste. It kind of ruins the point. So that is a possibility. We have the idea of a room activated event. So there is a message handler out there and that the level pokes it and says, room 5 is now active. Then that corresponding room says, I'm active now. I'm going to reactivate all of my entities. All of the other rooms that aren't room 5 look at it and say, am I active and not room 5? Well, I should be deactivated now. So that means that the level is responsible for translating room exit events into room activation events. We can set it up so that the level doesn't even need to handle transition events like that. That the level is purely to instantiate a series of rooms and tell you where the player is supposed to go initially. So again, kind of a footwork entity. When you load the level, technically all of the rooms are ready to go. They are instantiated objects, all their lists are loaded, everything is good. Then you are placed wherever the level says your first position is. So we've created the player, we've chosen the level, or the level was chosen, we create the player. We activate a room and put the player in it. We want to activate the room and get all of the entities in place before the player is placed there. Reason being is if there's any sort of trigger, we want the player to arrive inside of the trigger as opposed to be there when the trigger is placed. Either of those might work. We'll have to see. But it's a physics event kind of thing. We need to make sure the collision happens. So player arrives in the room. We have all of those. Then we're looking for entity collisions with things like doorways, with things like spawner triggers. So you might have something like there's a window that if you get close enough to it, you know, the window shatters and enemies spill out of the window. Kind of thing. The presence of the breakable window is an entity, and likely it would just change its appearance to a broken window sprite when you get close enough, like, you know, shattered glass looking thing. And it starts spawning enemies in some sort of fashion. You would also have doorway kind of things, and those doorways are set up to be, I go to this room. You could even have them paired to other entities, but ultimately how I think it would end up is that you have on this side a linkage between, how to put it, effectively you have a doorway. A doorway is something that exists outside of the room structure, kind of a connection. And it says, I connect room 3 to 4. You would have a passage on one side that says, I connect to doorway X. And again, doorway X is, you know, I go from 3 to 4. So it's, I connect to doorway X, and this is from room 3. So if I touch doorway X, I now know which doorway I'm talking about, which passage. And if I'm entering from 3, then it says, oh, that means you go to 4. So we would be able to find the corresponding entrance in the other side and say it goes here. This is relevant because you want to make sure that if I move the exit point around inside of another room, so again, we have doorway X. On the room 3 side, let's say doorway X is on the left wall and it exits to the right. But And so if I enter from room 4 through doorway X, I'm going to exit from the left wall and appear to the right of that doorway. Great. But what if I go back into room 3 and put doorway X on the right wall and exit to the left? If the doorways were the entities, the exit points were independent objects and just said, go to room 4 and appear here, then we have a potential problem. Because if I were to move where that doorway is in the exit room, then there's a disjoint involved. I might appear in just visually the wrong spot. It's nonsensical. Or I might say appear in a death fall or something like that, because that's where, you know, I changed the layout of the room and I didn't change the entry points. So we want to decouple those from the rooms in particular. Those would become their own entities, and that will be something that we'll be doing when we start having multiple rooms, is how do we go between them? How do we set up that flow of, you know, I come through this door, where do I come out? Okay. Stuff and things. All right, so we've got our load entities here. We will be doing this when the room becomes active. I was also thinking I will eventually, if I remember to do so, I want to clean up the entity and addition and removal flow by, you know, checking all of the events and making sure that where those events are coming from, like what is raising them and how it's being done, is handled appropriately. Because I think there are some things that the entity is doing that it should be the manager doing. All right. So we also want the ability to clear the room. Will we actually use this? I'm not sure right now, but this is a cleanup operation that we can perform. For each entity, in entities. What are we doing? Typing posture. Very bad right now. Move the chair very carefully because Molly likes to hug the wheels. Let's see. My entity manager. Look at you. So if we go to remove entity here, I want to make sure we need the base entity manager. Not rendering. Collision. Catalog. That's right. It still lives under game. Really shouldn't. Okay, we queue it for removal. Excellent. So we take this, we pop it in there and say, get rid of it. For everything that's in this collection. And then when we're done, now, this isn't exactly correct yet, because to be able to handle this properly, we need to be listening to events about those entities. If they are removed, we don't want to touch them anymore. So this is where I think we can get away with this. So for each of them, clear them. We are going to have a secondary one in here, another here. That, because we really care about the... Hey, Key. Welcome. Oh, where did I put this? Whole bunch of these need to be changed too. Oh, man. Tell the entity manager to remove the entity. Then we go into the entity manager, which I closed the file on when I really didn't need to. So I'm going to do our... We should have an on event here. World start step. Okay, so here is the entity removal. No, that's... For each one, we invoke remove. Okay. This is part of what I want to remove. So the entity has a remove event. We don't really need... We should restructure this so we have an entity removed event that includes the entity, and things can listen for the entity removed event. This is convenient, though, because things can subscribe just to that entity and say, this entity, when it is changed, I want to know about it. So there's some fiddliness that's going to have to go on here. But entity.remove equals that. We'll get there. That's going to be a whole thing. That's going to be a whole thing. Because we'll need to restructure some things and figure it out. Because an entity itself having an I was removed is not terrible. It's how to figure out how to make that work efficiently. I don't want every collision object listening for a removal event for every other entity. That's a waste. So we are going to detach entity events for that entity. And then we're going to say entities. Should be remove. But This strikes me as one that's going to have problems if doesn't need to be a hash set, but we just want to be able to conveniently find it. Could be a dictionary. We don't really care what the value is, and that would let us... It's the same thing, though. Okay, detach the event, remove the entity from the collection. There is a risk surface with this, but I don't think we need to worry about it. Okay, it's reloading entities. So we're going to be listening for it as soon as it shows up. Again, all we really care about in this process is that, in this flow, is that we know if the entity has gone away, so we can remove it from our list. So clear the room. So now we need a... We could just have an activities equal to true false here. Hey, Donald, welcome. We're continuing our work on our map system. Sip a beverage here. Do I really want an explicit activate this? I really feel like I don't. Is again, the rooms are just going to call out which one they're dealing with. It's an interesting daisy chain that we're looking at here. Because, again, it's implied that there is a transition object here. That there is something that says, from this room, we go to that room. So if we have something like that, even the rooms don't know anything about it. So there's a collision object in the room. That object says, when I bump into the player, this is what I'm going to do. I am going to tell the game that I am entering doorway X from room number. And doorway X is listening for a exit room event. Or a room change event or something like that. That is... I am leaving this room. And that one would say, okay, then you are entering this other room. We could have an explicit reference to an object that is, it's not going to be a, I'm listening for the exit room event to trigger. It's that when this happens, it will call exiting room. Well, it will raise exiting room and it will erase entering room. So exiting room will tell a room will hear it and say, if I'm active, I'm not anymore. And then we enter a room and a room will say, if I am the relevant room, then I will now become active. Should be okay. So we don't have an explicit activate. We need the idea of doorways, and those are elsewhere here. I don't know that I need to worry about having too few doorway objects, but I feel like we don't need too many of them. I feel like we can make direct calls in this case. But we want to be cautious here. Again, we're trying to get things as loosely coupled as possible without going too far. This is always the problem. I mean, tight object coupling can be good. There are circumstances where you want to be very discreet as, at this moment, this object is going to poke that one and say, do exactly this right now. But if you do too much of that, then you get these sort of cascade failures where, because I changed one of these things, I have to find all 200 locations that poke that object and say, do exactly this right now. It's that with it loosely coupled, I don't want to have too many things listening for an event that is technically for a very specific thing. So we could have, okay. So we could have like the idea of, okay, so if we have a doorway, that doorway has a pair of rooms associated with it. It can have multiple. For now, it's going to be a pair. And there is essentially room A, room B. And we're looking at kind of a crossover. It's going to subscribe to both events from both rooms, entered and exited from both rooms. When you exit A, you enter B. When you exit B, you enter A. So then we need a way to put the player. So where do we put the player in this scenario? Because when I'm exiting a room and entering another, I need to know that it was through door X, through passage X. That matters. We want to be able... Hey Jay, have I ever devised a technical solution to a problem that has inspired you to alter the design of the game? Well, from a coding perspective, absolutely. This whole fiasco right here is exactly that. Pogo Stick Double Dutch tournament yet? No, but that would be... I mean, that's kind of something that I would want to see. One does not normally associate Pogo Stick with the fast movement that would be necessary for Double Dutch to work very well. That is some fine spring control that would be happening. But one of the issues, Jay, is both testability and just code cleanliness. Is that after a point, the way that I was doing it was, one, effectively a handmade way of doing something that already has an established, cleaner way of doing it. But this just gives me a nice central location to go in and say, this is what all the things are. Which means when I'm setting up, when I get around to setting up things like regression tests and whatnot to make sure particular elements still work, I have a pattern for doing this. I have a way to say, hey, resolve this service and give me the things. So I could have at the start of testing code go in and say, add these values. The transition was messy, Lunar. The implementation has actually made it nicer. But the transition was, a nuke. It was just, it hit all the stuff and still is. There are parts of it that aren't fully converted over yet. Like, I've still got some of this stuff to convert over, but it's not a do it right now. So again, what we're dealing with here is a who controls what. And I want to make sure it's, if there is something that shouldn't be involved in the decision, that it never knows that that decision is even happening. So like a room knows that it's active and knows what its entities are. A room can supply the image for the room and like the foot map of the room. But that's it. When a room ceases to be the active room, then that room is able to disable all of its entities or purge them, depending on how I want to do it. Short term, we're probably just going to nuke the whole room when you leave it, because we're not going back, kind of thing. So in theory, the doorway object is relatively complicated. It is a linkage between two rooms, but it's also a linkage between objects in the room that are not, they are not purgeable entities. Okay, technically they're purgeable entities. Nothing stops us from nuking an entity. And it actually doesn't matter. It actually doesn't matter. Okay. So when a room is loaded, when a level is loaded, we're also going to load all of the, we're going to call them doors. Probably after each room. Those doors are defined. It is, room 3 to 4, room 4 to 5 kind of thing. Then when a room is loaded, the individual entities in that are going to try to find the relevant doorway. That's the next thing to think on, is how do we connect the doorway? So I have a concept of, if I leave a room through this passageway, I can get to the door, but I need to tether that object that is the trigger point of the door, which will also have an exit location, to the associated passageway, and then to the next associated object in its exit point, so that when the player touches the first one, the door can say, activate this room and put the player here. Yes. Okay, we're going to step away for just a moment. Got to roll Molly out of the way here. Be right back. Molly being all cranky because I picked her up because I wanted to be able to move the chair without rolling it over her. Okay. Let me get this going here. This goes like that. Okay. So let's give ourselves lots of space here. Oops. Okay. So I'm going to take box here, box here. Room A and room B. Come on now. Remember when paint didn't suck? All right. So in practice, what we've got is this and this. And when you exit this one, it goes here. Let's put these on another layer. So we exit this one, here. This one, you go here. Exit this one, I go here. Okay. So one of the problem spaces that we want to be able to deal with is if the player goes through this door, they come out and they go to this X here. If they enter the circle on the right, they come out the X on the left. It's nice and easy concept there. And one of the ways that you can do this in a game is to say, if the circle on the left knows the position of the X on the right, and correspondingly. But from a player consumption perspective, what if I move this here? So at this point, I'm still going to exit into this other X correctly. I will be coming through the door on the right, so it makes sense that I'd exit on the left, ignoring the fact that I just went up and came out left. That could be weird. But when I enter the door on the left, I'm going to pop out in the middle of the room away from all the doors. So I don't want to have the entry know where the exit is or be responsible for where the exit is. I want to be able to do this. So how do we get that together? Because there are a couple of moving parts we've got going on. One thought, or that I'm working through here, is that I have an intermediary. It's not positioned here, it is just present. Yep. If the person enters in a weird way, then you want there to be some... There's like a logical flow that you want the player to experience. If they enter from below, then it makes sense that they enter from the bottom of the screen on the next one. Alternately, if you always present that you enter from the left, no matter where you show up, if you enter from anywhere else, something special has happened. But let's see here. So I can have... those, and then we're going to have... yeah, put it here. Put green box around you, box around you. then I can have effectively a linkage here and here. So effectively here, what we have is the idea of, in this room, I have this door on the right, and it exits slightly to the left of it. In this room, I have a door on the top, and it exits slightly below it. This data structure in the middle says I know that I have room A and room B. And in room A, I'm connected to this object. In room B, I know about this object. Or this object is associated here. So if I touch this one, then I go to this corresponding one and say, look over here, where do I exit? So I entered here, check its sibling, where do I exit? I entered here, check its sibling, where do I exit? So, couple of tricky bits. How do I connect these to this? Because I need a way to say that this exists and it's associated here. If this is an entity, let's say I open up room A. Okay, room A has this doorway. Great, and this doorway connects here. Where does this go? I can tell it goes to room B. I would know that. That's something that I could call out. But where in room B is the door? I need to know that so I can get the player there. There can be other doors in here. There can be a lot of doors in these rooms. They don't even need to be on the walls. Like, there's no limit to the number of things you could have here. We could have a whole Mega Man boss rush room going on. So while it knows about A, there's nothing about any of these doorways here that tells it it's this one. So just instantiating room B doesn't get us there because we don't know which room it is. We could, without too much pain, have the idea of a kind of a doorway connection process here, where I could have an entity that says, okay, connect me properly, or like I am from room B, I go into this doorway. So we're gonna put a name on this one. Just gonna call you come on now. That is door X. So this needs to find door X somehow. I could have a service that sets up that connection. So it's going to say, I am a door from room B to door X. But so door X acts as an intermediary key. That is, this is how we communicate with each other. I'm sorry, this is how I establish which connection I'm talking about. So room B has these 4 different doors. We're declaring here that this door which has this exit point, so this little pair here, connects to door X. So this trigger location and associated exit point are connected to door X at the room B point. Then correspondingly, this object is set up. So as soon as the rooms both exist or have existed, door X works. It would have to flow in that way that door X is created, it knows that A and B are its rooms. It gets set up. When we're creating it, we say, okay, that means room A, room B, door X exists now. And it knows that when A is exited, then we're going to B. But is that actually the case? Because door X doesn't care about room A and B. It cares about these two. It cares about those trigger objects that are a exit point and entry point pair. It only knows about the rooms in order to call their events. And it would be okay for multiple doors, for a door to be listening just in general to a room A was exited. Because there can only be a room A exited for every door out of that room. So, exiting a room is not frequent. Like, there are 10 exits, but you're not going to be entering one of those 10 exits every second or something. It's going to take you at least a minute to cross the room into the next door, or even like, let's give it 10 seconds. That's plenty of time. So instead, what we have then is that the door listens to the entry and exit. Of that room. It doesn't care in particular. How do we set this up though? This is programming, folks. We haven't had a lot of movies recently that have gone to the romanticism level of like The Matrix. There have been a couple. There are always some. But a non-trivial part of programming is staring at code, wondering why it's not doing what you think it should be doing, wondering how to make it do what you think it should be doing, or wondering how you're going to write the code at all. Again, if this was like, well, and don't assume that this exists with any frequency, but if this was a truly robust and complete development life cycle, there would be, these diagrams would already exist. That doesn't mean that they're permanent, that they won't be like lit on fire and completely remade, but this thought process would be something that we have and then we execute on, that we have and then we execute on. Does it frequently happen that way in the real world? No. It's much more of the kind of military trope, no plan survives contact with the enemy. It's the minute you start writing code, the plan, you are probably going to start deviating from the plan as reality sets in. But as long as you keep revisiting like the ideas behind the plan, and as long as you are coding carefully, then you can keep ahead of the fire. You know. That's a fun way to put it. No plan survives contact with my incompetence. Okay, so how do we get the pair into the doorway. So when we're loading the door, it knows about A and B. Oh, also, there's no guarantee that there aren't two doors into the same room. Like, these two doors here could also cross between A and B. Or, you know, this one on the left and the one on the bottom. It doesn't matter. They can all drop into the same location if we want them to. If you're familiar with Pac-Man, the idea of I can exit from the right and enter on the left, in this concept is they're connected between the same room. Okay. So how do we make that connection? Oh. Oh, okay, okay. All right. So once again, I have this pair. I want them to talk to each other. But not really. Like, I don't want there to be a direct communication. We don't want that. Because then I have to create tightly coupled pairs. And inevitably something's going to go wrong there. It's not out of the question. But doing it that way means that I have to set up, in order for the doorways to properly function, then I need to get both entities. Right. The goal is to have it be kind of indirect. The door on the A side does not care where you end up. The door on the A side only cares if you enter through it, at which point you need to know, oh, you're going to arrive at X. That is the location. So there is the possibility of this indirect linkage. So both of them know that there is a door. We're going to call it door X here. That faint little scribble there. So they both know about door X. And they both know where they're coming from. So we have, this one knows that it goes to A, and this one knows that it goes to B. And both of them know that they are on X here. So this door is subscribing to exit from A, and this door is subscribing to exit from B. Or something along those lines. But the message that is being sent is door X. So whenever it could even be simpler than that. Room A and B don't directly matter here. One moment. Okay. Every now and then I gotta check to make sure the microphone's filters are working. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. No, it's not there. It's the table camera. Hey there, is it Ara or Aru or... I'm not sure, but welcome either way. Welcome. We are puzzling out an event chain here. Sky is getting chin scratches. Because he meowed at me, and that usually means he's going to start causing trouble if he doesn't get attention. Okay. So the next thing is, how do we get the lineup right? Okay, so there is still this linkage. So they both still know where they go. And they both still know where they are. And they both know what their door is called. Let's start with those data points and see if the idea is here. It's present. Just have to locate it. Get some spirit medium going. Ember passing through. Hello, Ember. You can see her little paws on the right side of the camera there. That's a good size comparison. Sky is the largest, if not tied for the largest, and Ember is the smallest. She's also second oldest. All right. All right. So what we're doing, Nara, is, well, a couple of things. I'm talking about the cats at the moment. These are the cats. See how many we can spot. We've got 5 visible. The 6th is on my lap. We have the brothers Mason and Sherbet on the bed with Sammy. We have Ember across from the keyboard. We have Sky over on the rug there. And Molly is on my lap. Then what we're looking at here is I'm trying to diagram out game flow between 2 rooms and how we're going to store that data structure in a way that avoids easy breakage, and that I want to define in this room that there is a door on the right and it exits straight to the left of it. And in this other room, I want to define that there's a door on the top and it exits right below it. But I don't want the door and one to have to know exactly where the door and the other is. So let's see here. If I touch this one, then we know that we're exiting A and that we're entering B. This doorway knows that it goes to B. So we are exiting B. Exiting A, entering B, and we're doing it along pathway X here. So if I exit on X, then, okay. All right, I touch this one. I am exiting A on X. This one is listening for exits from A. And it specifically wants door X to be its path. If it gets that, then it's going to say I'm entering B, and it can raise an event that says I'm entering B at this point. Okay. For reference, we are making a video game. So again, basic concept, players centered on the screen, creatures approach, defeat creatures. We are laying out the logic that will put a map on the screen and what is in that map. In particular, we're working out the logic that gets you from one map to another map. Yeah, I see you. Sky very rarely has his eyes in full slit pupil. So he doesn't lock on very heavily very often. Instead, he's usually in wide open eye mode, the I'm taking it all in view. Which makes him quite adorable because he always has those giant kitten eyes, you know? Isn't that right? Okay. So the exiting event is what this one will be looking for. Let's see if I can talk through this. With cats, it comes down to the rest of the body language as to whether that is panicked or really interested. Yeah. Does not ring a bell, Kevin, but welcome nonetheless. I have 6 cats, Ara. And 8 cameras to try to keep track of them on stream. Yes, I see you. There's 3 of them. The 2 on the left are Mason and Sherbet. Then the one on the right is Sammy. Mason and Sherbet are siblings. Sherbet is amongst the smaller. He's kind of similar size to Sammy. Little bigger. Molly is kind of hard to fit in the size chart. She's kind of oval shaped. She is getting a bit chubby. But she is still happy kitty. All right. Okay, so that's the flow. When we're defining doorways, we need a connection between the associated rooms. Hey there, Levi. Good to see you again. Been a bit. You have a new profile icon. And thank you for the I don't know what you call it. The re-membership. Hey, the alert's working. Yay! Buddy. This guy is being very squirmy. Sky continues to be my mischief maker cat. Pretty much like any cat, like any pet, part of it is learning how to communicate with them. This isn't a matter of like, they can actually talk, you just need to know how. It's, no, you know, most of the animals we keep as pets are not terribly bright. I mean, it's effectively you're communicating with a small toddler. But at least with cats, you eventually learn particular sounds and body language combinations that tell you, like, they're actually hungry, check the food bowl, that kind of thing. Yep. It's if a cat ever meows, it's they're talking to you. Cats, in the wild, cats stop meowing after, you know, when they grow out of being a kitten. But indoor cats, either they never grow out of the kitten stage in that they always view you as kind of a parental figure they can meow at. It becomes a, hey, I want something. Alternately, I have had, Mason is one of these cats. He did not meow. He had already left the stage where meow was a thing that he would do. And the noises he would make would be really, really faint. But as other cats have, pretty much the arrival of Molly has disrupted his existence, and he has become increasingly vocal. He, not only will he meow now, he will also jump up and, like, pull at my sleeve. Sky has a whole battery of things that he will do to give me an idea of what he actually wants. And the trick is figuring out before he gets frustrated and starts to act out. Molly is less of a mischief maker and more of just a generalized menace. She likes to try to get up on shelves, but she has no agility whatsoever. So if she does, she is pulling stuff down all around her. Occasionally, my Discord will be muted and I won't notice exactly why until I look over and realize that one of the times that Molly crawled across the soundboard, she muted everything. Okay. So we create a door and we need... Hey there, James. Okay, so when we make a door object, we need to be able to associate it with a pair of rooms. So I think we're going to need the idea of room IDs, where we have... can we do this? We're going to call it a room ID just in case. Okay, it's just going to be an integer. There should never be enough rooms that I have to worry about that. Is it a potential problem as far as duplication? Yes. That's my own fault if it happens. If I make a level that is complicated enough that I start to misplace which room goes where, ID-wise, I have made a mistake. So then a door... Does it need a room ID pair? Not actually. Quick break. Words. Be right back. Okay. Okay. Remember to do some stretches. So we need room IDs. Or do we? If we create all of the door entities in a room separately, if we create them in the room separately as their own special thing, so they are still... No, we're still kind of caught in the loop here. If we were to create every room and prepare every entity in every room, then we don't have a problem. But without the exit door entity, I don't know where to put the corresponding entity. We already have a way around. We already have a way around this. It's, I need the 2 rooms. I don't really need the 2 rooms. So a door knows that, like an exit point knows that it is leaving the room that it's in and that it's going to the target room. Or that it's just leaving this room. That's all we care about. It's leaving this room on X. It still presupposes that the object listening is there for it. So let's swing back over to you. Okay, under the model proposed, in order for this to work, B has to be in existence. Until B is in existence, these messages don't work. So if for this one to work, we either need to know that I'm entering B with the corresponding message, or that I am leaving A with the corresponding message. In both of those cases, B has to exist. But entering B with the message gives me an opportunity to have a different chain here. How can we do this? Because I need B to exist. Just exiting A doesn't do it, because I can exit A from any number of exits here. Exiting A on X is relevant, because then I could have a door object that says, if I exit A, show I am making a Survivor style game. Level wise, like area design wise, we're looking at kind of a scrolling brawler. And right now what we're doing is area transitions. In trying to suss out how to do that. an excuse to think of something different or to talk about something different for a moment here. So you spawn in, you start emitting projectiles, enemies spawn, they come at you, you try to get rid of the enemies before they hit you. There is a health bar up top. It does nothing right now because enemies don't deal damage. They can, I just have it not set to do so. As in, the enemies run into you, but they have no event for what they do with when they hit the player. Gimmick-wise, we're looking at custom weapons such that in theory, on the fly, you can make different weapons. So that's one pattern. We could say here, bounces and then it pierces. And we're firing 3 at a time. Each one of them acquires a lock-on target. When it hits, it will initially bounce off, and then the second time it hits, it will punch through the target. They have only about 10 seconds to live, though. But effectively, each one of those mice was capable of taking out 3 targets at once. Under the testing stats that I have set up. So we're trying to get the rooms connected, though. We've got a data structure that creates what you saw. We can put spawn points down, we can make enemies appear, all of that. So we're getting there. The next thing is, how do I determine which room to load? And where do I enter it based on where I exited the last room? So we're trying to create these data structures without too tightly coupling them. As in, I do not want to have to create a data structure that says there is a door in A that explicitly says go to that door in B. If I have to, that will be a thing. I can have a pair object that gets created and it says this is the pair of them. But yeah, I'm absolutely aware of that. Why did it? Got one of those. You have an appointment in a week, and we're going to send you a text message about it. Like, that's great. That's super great. I expect that I will get an app notification in the near future as well, and then an email. Because for this connection to exist, both rooms have to be loaded. Again, I can load every one of the rooms at once. That's not actually a burden. Right, Tess. So what we've got is, let's say the red circles are the exit locations. They are a thing that if you stand on it, you will go. The yellow X here is if I am coming out of this passageway, the green circle passageway that is a combination of the red trigger area, if I arrive from wherever that is supposed to be connected to, I arrive on the yellow. As far as the room is concerned, none of this stuff is happening. This might as well be an enemy blob. It doesn't really care. It's that I am in room A. Room A is active. I want room B to be active in this process. But how do I get this red circle to know that room B needs to, how do I have that the standing on this event, that leaving room A through this circle through circle at passageway X, connecting these two circles in theory. How do I get that such that I know B needs to be loaded, and then that this is going to be the one that I connect to? If we can set it up such that triggering this one that says, I have left X, I've left A through X, that tells us, oh, that means I need to load B. And once I have loaded the next room, then that room can say I have been entered through X. And this one can be watching for B is entered. And it can say I was entered through X. Again, X is not A or B, it's just an identifier for a passage. So we need to get from here, leaving A through X gives me B. Once I have resolved that, then I raise the next event that is, I have entered B. So entering B is a direct message. It's B is told you have been entered through X. Well, actually, we can just trigger that. That can still be a universal message, but we need to make sure B exists. B has to be loaded before I can tell everybody B has been entered. Hey there, Amen. Welcome. So again, we can have an intermediary. We can have a passage that is watching for A was exited through X. So it's watching its pair of rooms. It knows about A and B, and if I see A was exited and the pathway that I left through was X, then it knows B needs to be activated, and then B needs to be entered. If we have it such that it is that the doorway knows explicitly which room ID we're going to, that does simplify it. Because then it's like I am exiting A and I am exiting A heading to B. Then whatever's watching for that, in this case likely the level, is going to catch that event. One of its rooms has raised its exit event with the corresponding data. It's going to activate room B. We could have it that way. And then it can tell room B, we have entered through X. And then whatever in room A cares about entering through X will take effect. We could also always have a default behavior as far as like dump them in the upper left corner if there's no entry point, but that's a good, you messed up the level. Yeah. Okay, so it would be so instead what we've got likely if the room is locked, the door won't work. As in the thing that represents the door won't let you through. But yeah. So like if I had a doorway set up in the room and the door is locked and closed, then there is a locked and closed door there, and that the doorway just isn't awake. Like it won't care if you try to walk on it, kind of thing, or it'll block you. And its player collision logic would essentially say, "Nuh-uh." So then if we're exiting a room, so we step on one of those and it triggers passage to another room. If we send the passage ID, the X here, and we say I'm entering room B. So it's going to say I am part of room A. I know that I am exiting A. So I'm going to raise the exit A on passage X going to B. I could just say I could raise entering B. That's just as good, really. I don't need exit, I just have enter. But the exit I think is nice because it's a discrete opportunity for a room to shut down, essentially. So we get the exit event is raised, this room freezes all of its entities. And we do a fade to black kind of thing. Can do them in whatever order I want. I could enter another room before I exit the other, you know. Comes down to how I want the code to flow, but so I call out I'm crossing through X to enter B. As part of that flow of events though, we activate B. So whatever is listening. That is true. That is true. Okay. So if I set up a series of objects that are passage objects, they know what the rooms are. And in particular, they're waiting for passage entry events. So we have an emitter for a passage entered event. Well, thanks for the follow, Ara. Appreciate it. One of these times I'll figure out a way to get the YouTube follow events or subscription events to show up with the same emphasis in the chat aggregator. I don't know why it don't. It's set up to do. Actually, no, I do because YouTube API. But anyway, I could set up events for it. Okay, so we have the idea of a passage. That is the X object here, the green X. It has a room pair on it. It is specifically listening to an emitter for passage entry events. It gets the I have entered passage X. Again, it is passage X. So it checks and says, this is a message for me. It knows I am going... We could still have the 2 there. But no, we could just have its passage X. So it knows I am leaving room 3 into passage X. Yes, so leaving room 3 into passage X. The passage X listener in theory, well, there should only be one passage X, but there could be any number of entry points into a passage, but there should only ever be one exit into a given room from a passage. How I would wrangle that, I don't know. But ultimately, the passage object is the one that is going to do the next step. And it's going to call out, I am entering this room. So you enter a passage that triggers the entry event. The passage hears the entry event. It now does a thing. And that thing ultimately should result in another room being loaded and the player being placed at an entry point in that room. That other room, in theory, could be the exact same room with an arbitrary entry point. It could be anything. But it's up to the passage to determine what the exit is. Yes. We could do full, I can't remember what the original was called. Legend of Zelda had a particular portion on the map that when you entered it, there was a particular sequence of movements you had to do in a 4-way intersection. You know, you had to exit like south and Lost Woods, thank you. That the sequence of the exits mattered. And that would be possible in this scenario, where I would say, I have to passageway, this sequence of enter must happen, and that will exit here. Hello, 123, welcome. Like, there could be 3 doors in a given room that all have the same exit. And hello, Ari. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. We are talking through code structure here. We're trying to code doors. Okay, so we have idea of a passage enter event. And that has a passage ID and a source room. Yeah, we're making a we're making a game 123. The so we're pulling a lot of ideas from a lot of different games. Well, as is tradition, I do this a lot. Let's show it again. At its core, survivor style gameplay. So monsters spawn, monsters move towards you. You need them to not hit you. and you will acquire upgrades of some kind to help mitigate that. And you want to maximize the number of upgrades you get versus the number of things trying to murder you. A couple of differences. We're going to make it room by room gameplay, so the kind of thing that you see in scrolling brawlers, your double dragons and ninja turtles and whatnot. Alternately, a level flow akin to Metal Slug games. Not side scroller, we're still going to be kind of a 2D kind of playing field. Pathfinding algorithms are something on the immediate horizon. Yes. There's actually some of that already happening. So every so often we emit a bullet. The bullet is defined as part of the weapon. Enemies spawn, bullets hit enemies, they go away. Yeah, but we won't be using the 3/4 view that is normally associated with isometric. But yes. But power-ups, instead of it just being like, I'm adding a level to the homing mouse that we're using, you might get an upgrade that says you burst fire it, so you get 3 of them in quick succession. Or I might have it split into 3. So now it's 3 of them that split into 3. Or I make them tightly orbit. That kind of thing. So there will be behavioral changes to the weapons. We're drawing a bit of inspiration from a game called Noida. Other games have done that same mechanism, but channel history, Noida is a thing. That entire gray void you saw was technically the room. In the current code structure, it's the level, but so right now we're trying to define doorways, because once there are doorways, there can be other rooms. It's all rooms and doors, man. Okay, so a passage object has an identifier. It has a sort, and it has a pair of room numbers. By default, we're just going to start with it has a pair of room numbers representing connections. There's nothing to say that it couldn't turn into a dictionary, but the core function of a passage is to hear the event, hear the passage entered event, and kick off the result of that. This will be a commercial game. Our goal is to, someday when it's done, put this on Steam. If I can get away with it, there will be an early access period. But if not, we'll be done when it's done territory. Hey there, Lore. Welcome. This whole Operation 123 has been it's a let's all learn together process. As the title of the stream might imply, we've done a lot of streams of this. I have never done a game dev project before. I've never done a major project in C# before. I've never used the Godot game engine before. We all learn together. Laura over on the Twitch side is a friend of the channel who also started developing a game alongside us here. They're making kind of a turn-based BattleTech-y thing. So occasionally we bounce how to make Godot do the thing we want it to do questions off of each other. Okay. So we don't need these, really. All right. Okay, this makes the passage actually a game driver. As in the logical flow driver, because the room does not care that a passage has been triggered. It is the action of the passage that would cause a room to be deactivated. So it's the passage would poke the room and say deactivate, or would poke another room and say activate. It would be the thing that would push the player at the associated position by raising the relevant events. Yeah. Now, getting the entry event in place is still there. A passage exited kind of thing. So there's passage entered, which signals the passage object to start doing its thing. The passage object is watching for passage entered events. The passage object itself then would call out things like passage exited. How do we get that, though? Sorry, how do we get that to the right spot? So there's nothing stopping a passage from connecting to other ones. Hello, Ember. Ember has come to sit with me, so. Okay, so we have a good pattern for leaving the room. We have a thing that will control that. So basic flow would be I touch the door. You fade to black. Well, I'm sorry. The passage object now takes over. The door exit has said, you have entered passage X. The passage object takes over. It triggers a room change process. The room change is going to say, okay, fade to black. Now we're going to deactivate the prior room. So everything is going to stop functioning in that room or is going to be blown up. Doesn't matter. We're either going to freeze it or we're going to Langoliers that thing. Then the passage is going to move on to whatever it does next. One of those things could be the game is over. You win. You got to the last door. Begin the ending sequence. Another thing could be that it's going to supply the next place to go. So we could have a activate the next room. Then we need to have a declaration for where the player exits. So we have an exit passage event. Any number of doors in the room could be listening for the same event. That is a level configuration question. but in theory, each room should not have multiple doors that act with the same exit point, but they could. So how do we connect that? Again, the passage does not care about the actual source room. It cares about the identifier. So when I have entered passage X from room A, it only cares that the room ID was A, because it's going to use that to map you over to B. Can we make this clean? Because right now it's a one-to-one tether. No, I think this is still clean. If we assert that there can be, you can enter a passage from any number of locations in a room, but the exit from that passage should be discrete. That's the tricky part. How do we wrangle that? So the stage that we're at, it's easy to exit a room, conceptually. There is a spot in the room that if I step on that, that spot says, I entered this passageway. I entered the door on the right, kind of thing. So now we've got a object that is taking control. It has received that message and is now going to do things. Again, we faded to black. The player has no control right now. We are still in the physics process. Then, how do we get to the next spot? How do we get to the exit point? Because I don't want to necessarily tightly couple them. I still think that's okay. Because if a passage has... A passage is saying, I am exiting this room. So we have a room identifier. We also have a passage identifier. So this is which passage it is. A given passage can be looking for that. It is a connection from this room to passage X. Passage X, then, the passage object that we have, what it needs to do then is either kick off a separate process, like ending the game in some fashion. You know, you fell in this hole. What is it? It's a death drop. What are we going to do? We're going to kill you, and it's going to, end the game. You walked across the goal line. What do? We end the game. You win. Whatever. So we have entered the passage. We now need exit the passage. Exiting the passage does not necessarily mean that I exit into the room through path X. So just because I exit on X does not mean I enter on X. This is where the tethering this is where the considerations are. So I can have one-to-one, that a door must go to a particular door. If I have a door in a room that is going to come from passage X, that is the door that passage X will enter from. If I want it to enter from a different point, it needs to enter from a different passage. Or it needs to enter a different room. So if we look at the Lost Woods pattern, when I enter, so I enter the Lost Woods through Passage X. I arrive at the X door. Usually, like, let's say it's on the right. So now I am moving along. I exit through a particular passage. That could be another X passage I have, but it could be others, you know? Door could be invisible. It could be a barrier. It could be it could be an actual door. It could be some sort of like teleportation ring. Its visual is irrelevant. It is a collision box, you know? When you bump into it, it do a thing. Oh, no. Okay. Let's think of this differently. It's not Passage X. It's Room 1, Door A. It's a room ID with a door ID. The passage is just looking for those events, period. So every passage that exists is waiting for a passage entered event. Could there be an excess of them? Yes, but this only happens when you touch a door. So, is it kind of wasty? Yes, but there's not really a better way around this without tethering to all of the rooms that are relevant. So I could have a room exited and that the passage only connects to rooms that it cares about if it becomes a performance consideration. Because we can do that, but in order to do that cleanly, we would have to instantiate all of the rooms that are going to exist, and that creates its own tangle. It's not out of the question. I just don't know that I want to load every room if I'm going to maybe never enter some of them, and especially if I'm only going to let a room exist once. So let's go with that angle is, so we have a passage entered event. We have a passage ID or a door ID, and we have a source room. That would then lead to a, let's call it a passage exit. Which has a passage ID, or I'm sorry, a door ID, and a target room. Okay, so once I'm in that room, it's not necessarily this. This could be multiple of them. In that once I get here, the reaction to this really needs to be, I need to load the target room. Then I'm going to say I am entering the target room through this door. That removes the passage identifier as a problem. Passage will probably still have some sort of ID in it, but it doesn't really care. All it cares about is the relevant events. If we trim it down so that a passage only connects to rooms that it cares about, then we don't have to worry about any sort of tangle here, is that we can say, we raise a, nah, it should still just be a handler. Everything can listen to the room transition handler. I mean, worst case in a level, there's probably going to be like, what, 20 doors? If you go through a door, there are 20 events. Door is visible, then each door has a random path to another room or target room once you enter them. I mean, we could do that. Mechanically, that is possible under this pattern. It's if I enter a door, if there is an active door and I enter it, we could just randomly connect you to another door. That the passage between those two, the logic for it could be pick a random door. And go from there. That is more complicated because you'd have to specify all of the doors in each room so that we could, pick them at random. But there are layers that we could put on for that. One of the examples that we were speaking of was the Lost Woods in Zelda. The idea of when I enter the room, I arrive in a particular path. When I exit the room, I re-enter that room, potentially from a different doorway entirely. But I'm back in that room, and it is not about it's not just about leaving through a door. It's about a sequence of movements that you make. Which doors you enter in which order determines where you go. So those passageways, the things that the doors are connected to in the game logic, are what determine where you go, not the door. The door just puts you in the passage. Be another way to view it if the boss room transition hallways in Mega Man could dump you anywhere. You enter the room, you're in a hallway now, doors on both sides are closed. You can't see on the other side of the door until you touch the other door. And it's at that moment that the other side of the door is determined. It is Schrodinger's hallway. Or it would be doorway, wouldn't it? Or room? Schrodinger's room. The state of the room is unknown until you observe it. This also does allow us to do procedural. Is in a room, I generate here are where all the doors are. I have some logic for the layout of the room and for where doors can be, that kind of thing. But we generate it. There are 10 doors in this room. I go through one of the doors. Okay, at that moment, the generate a room logic has tripped, and we put you through a door. Yeah. I'm not typing or writing right now because Ember is occupying both arms. I must keep petting her just so, because if she flexes her paws in the wrong way, I believe her left paw right now still has a full fish hook on it. So she will sink that sucker right into either my, one of the back shoulder tendons or into my collarbone. Both of them are not pleasant experiences. So, very quickly push this button. Okay. Ember is one of my cats. Ember with an E. You can see the other 5 on screen currently. Let's see. You are in wide format. So let's see. Upper left on the tree. Sky is in the back. Molly's in the front. Then on the bed, on the left is Sherbet. Upper right is Mason. Lower right is Sammy. Then Ember is on my shoulder. Ember is very snuggly. She's a little sweetheart. She is currently generating a great deal of heat as well. Being kitty toasted. Cat and load. Yes, I do. There are currently 3 different chats going, Ari. There's 2 YouTube ones. Really hope they get that feature together so that there don't need to be 2 different YouTube ones, as well as Twitch. Yeah, if it seems like I'm talking to somebody that isn't in the chat that you can see, there's a decent chance that it's somebody in one of the other chats. This is a coding stream, though. I do talk to myself during it. Yeah, twitch.tv, you know. The other streaming platform. Okay. So the implication here is a passage object. And a passage just is a data structure. Like, it's a thing that gets instantiated in the level. And since the okay. This with the other ones, actually. Passages, dictionary of rooms. Room. Okay, the passages live in the level just to keep them around. The rooms exist so that I can index them. Doorways can subscribe to the passage events. So we'll have passage entered and passage exited events. Which would be here. As passage entered, passage. And I want these to be strings. Okay, so by default, let's see here. We have a so when we enter a passage, we have which passage ID we're entering on and which room we're coming from. Then thanks for the follow over on that side, Aryan. Ah, and see the capitalization over on the Twitch side shows me that it's Aryan. Couldn't tell if it was Aryan or Ari and. Array for actual user handles instead of like channel handles. Really hope YouTube goes back to personal handles instead of identifiers, you know? Anywho. Okay, so we have a passage exited. Whoop. Makes sense. But again, welcome on the Twitch side. Let's double check this. Okay, again, it's not the passage ID. It's a door ID. String. Just for clarity, and then I can probably have... Nah, it'll just be that. Okay. So when we emit... excuse me. When we emit... Throat no worky. Apologies. Hey there, Game Maker. Hello, Ryzen. Welcome, welcome. And yes, sorry for staying muted there. I try to mute myself if I'm coughing or using cough mitigation tools. I am working on I'm working on a game, but I'm working on a Survivor style game with a lot of particulars to it, but the particular thing we're working on is passageways between rooms. Fully getting the logic for moving from one to another so that other elements of the world can connect to stuff properly. I habitually do this. It's a good opportunity for me to pause and think. But part of the core gimmick is that weapons are modular in that you build them from like behavioral pieces. This little guy in the lower right, pixel art, yes. I just like it. Might I try 3D stuff in the future? Yes, but then I would need to learn things like Blender, and that's not on the menu just yet. Do I have something that will make it move faster? Technically. But yeah, it's generally kind of Survivor style gameplay. So monsters approach, you want them to go away. The upgrade system will be modular. These are very finite. The upgrades would not be this simplistic, really. Like, it wouldn't be just fire 3 in a burst. That is actually, like, stupid powerful. There would be other things to go with a lot of this stuff. Anybody that's played this kind of game knows that +1 projectile is fantastically valuable. How long have I been working on it? I believe this is stream 162. I primarily work on it on stream, and most of the streams are maybe like 3 hours. So let's see. Oh, math. Uh, 20 solid days? Something like that? Doesn't feel right. Ah, well. A non-trivial amount of time. So this is meant to be kind of a long-running working thing. It is a big time investment. If I was heads down on the project, I would be making a lot more progress, but it's part of the channel. Random level modifiers are a thing. Room level modifiers are a thing. I mean, that would be cool, Ryzen. That would be very cool if I can get that. At some point, I will move into kind of like a closed testing sort of thing, get some people in, chosen people involved in it. Then probably more open betas, maybe kind of an early access thing. Again, this is, I want it to be done when it's done. the end goal is game is fully working and on Steam. Initially, it would be probably like close folks, friends of the channel kind of thing. And then after that, we'd probably be moving into maybe like subscribers or something like that. Some sort of special process for access. How I would go about that? Dunno. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. What's the marker? Public event handler thing with a invoke for it. Yes. Yeah, I would have to be wrangling it across Patreon, YouTube, and Twitch in some way. So I might have to wire access into other things. Like I might pipe it through the Discord using the various integration tools to create special you've actually subscribed to the channel's roles kind of stuff. But that's a future Newt problem. That guy can handle it. Event handler, yes. This is going to be a passage entered message, passage entered. Yep, we do have channel memberships set up on the YouTube channel, Ryzen. Again, those will have to be wired in to whatever mechanism I would use to give access to it if we decide to do a like subscriber beta or something like that. I'd either do that or maybe like, again, spitballing into the future here. Another way might be like distributing keys to subscribers, that kind of thing. However we end up doing it. So this interface pattern is just we have a robust message type or event type, and then we have a method to call if you want it to actually send that message. So you subscribe to this if you want to get that message. You use this if you want to send it. Then we will have objects that are created that do this that are registered as services. So if I want to get passage entered events, I resolve this service from my services collection. If I want to send and then I subscribe to this. If I want to send them, I get that service and I call this method. This is the pattern. So then we make another one. Emits. Currently running on Windows, using Godot engine and C#. That does constrain things a little bit, but with Godot engine, I should be able to compile for various platforms. Again, targeting Windows, but the specs that I'm aiming for might constrain things like it's going to be harder to release on mobile. But like it shouldn't be a big leap to have it go on other platforms, but target platform is Windows, as tightly optimized as I can get it. Because I want to be able to flood the screen with nonsense. Message. Type. do that yet. Don't need you or passage exited message. Ah, no, okay. Emits, passage exited. Passage entered. We're going to take the same thing. Put you here, and it is exited. Okay. I want this to be able to run on lower systems, so I'm building it so that it's resilient at lower clock times. That doesn't, or lower CPU GPU power. That doesn't mean it's going to run great, but well, here, let's show what I call a calamity case. This is we want the game to not crash when I do this, but it doesn't mean it has to be like running at 60 frames a second. So when we played Noida on the channel a lot, one of the jokes that we had was that under normal play circumstances, you have frames per second. We determined victory by how far into seconds per frame or minutes per frame we could push the game. So, yes, particle bombs. I actually modded the game heavily to reduce the sheer amount of extra stuff that Noida would do that was performance intensive. Things like putting scorch marks on the ground, that kind of thing, in order to maximize the amount of nonsense that we could pull off. Our best, I think, was something like 5 minutes per frame and damage numbers in the quintillions. Okay, so we have 3 times per second, we emit a projectile that splits into 3 and 3 and 3 and 3. So we have 3 to the 6 projectiles per second, and they are going to orbit the player. And orbiting the player and homing at the same time they're kind of counter operations, so they will it's a non-trivial type of movement. We're currently running at about 2,000 frames per second. That's not going to be true in a moment. Exactly. So in Vampire Survivors, if you reach a particular stage, then you will, the game will actually start to break down. Like, if you push the game really hard in Vampire Survivors, you can run through walls. I'm doing stuff to mitigate that right now. So the game is running at 10 frames per second. Aside from this little guy here and the player in the middle, if you discount them, there are 7,290 mice moving here. Each one of these mice is constantly trying to find a target. This guy. So the primary code optimization being done here, aside from things like delta, physics separate process, that kind of thing, is that the game operates at a fixed interval. What did I set that to? What's our fixed tick? Okay, we have a fixed tick rate. I don't know where I'm putting that. Oh, I set that somewhere. Anyway, somewhere I've set it to either be 30 or at most 30 or 60 physics ticks per second. So that's world simulation. If the game is running faster than that, it doesn't matter. It runs at that pace. So whenever we pass to the simulation, this is how much time has passed. We always tell it exactly like 1/60th of a second or 1/30th of a second. So right now, the game is running at 10 frames per second as far as visual frames, but well, okay, technically physics frames, it doesn't matter. But the game is running very slow. Despite that, time in the game, the rate at which things move, how does it compare? I don't know in terms of megabonk. I have never seen megabonk on the far end. Vampire Survivors, I can tell you. Have I taken a look at the source code of other games? No. I derive a lot of this stuff from watching like videos of people talking about their source code. One of the difficulties of looking at the source code of other games and other developers is kind of like looking at other people's books. You can learn about how to write and that kind of thing, but they write differently than you do. Like the way I think is different than other people, so my code base will be influenced by that. But so Vampire Survivors, for example, when you're moving, Vampire Survivors entities always move towards you. There are ways that I want to create that such that the enemies can move around platforms and similar without having to do navigation, because navigation is stupid expensive, and I don't want to do that. We tried, it's stupid expensive. So we're always looking for those. Language notations, variable styles, the way that you set up your functions, how you call functions, the sort of patterns that you're using. Like, so again, for example, this. One of the things I recently switched over is a dependency injection model. I set up a collection of services, and the code is to this static object is requesting that I get the relevant object. I do not pass these around. For a while, I was doing a jerry-rigged equivalent of it, but this is more robust and has some bonuses. Somebody else might not use this pattern, and if they have built around a different pattern, their code could be worthless or detrimental to mine. So learning about what they're doing and why is actually more interesting to me. I can't remember the name of the channel, but it's one that I keep an eye out for. Is they have been doing a game dev project online as well. And they're doing like a side-scrolling platformer called Isadora's Edge. They're doing it in Godot, and they frequently talk about kind of tricks of the trade and similar things like object caching, how you might do collision, how you might do jumping, that kind of thing. And while that isn't necessarily like those operations aren't necessarily applicable, like jumping isn't applicable in how they do it. And in fact, their particular mechanic for jumping might not work for you. But the issues that they call out in the nuance of what they're calling out is a learning opportunity. So again, like object caching, I have attempted to do that and I've done it wrong in a couple of places, but figuring out how to do that, big performance win. Because creating and destroying stuff in Godot, like if I put something on the screen, and then if I say, I want you to go away, and I make it go away forever, that's actually expensive. Even more expensive often than creating it. So if I make something, if I can find a way to reuse it in the code while the game is running, that's a big bonus. Borderlands games? No. And in fact, I would expect... So, from a raw gameplay perspective, I wouldn't expect Borderlands to be complicated. It is a 3D shooter, and it comes down to how you implement your physics, how you make the guns do what guns do. They have a random permutation system for how the particular stats are built on the guns and what modifiers they have, that kind of thing. That's where the core gameplay is, but a non-trivial amount of the code done in that kind of game, the nuance in the development is in graphical assets and the code that drives that, as well as game assets, so voice acting, level design, all of that stuff. That stuff is all not cheap, even if you have an engine that already works for you. See Bethesda and the game engine that they just won't let die. Even if you have that, building all of the assets and making them play together is a whole other layer of programming. So I showed you how the weapons have power-ups and whatnot to them. Even in my test code, these are all the thingies. If you look at different game development engines, don't worry about it, Ryzen. We got time to chat. That's one of the nice things about programming, is you're just typing. And it can also be helpful to be distracted now and again. Break the chain of thought so that you can reconsider how you were thinking. If you can pick up the threads again, then you've probably got a solid idea and can run with it. But if it falls apart because somebody asks you a question, probably time to reconsider how you were thinking about it. But like, all of my data structures are in CSV files. I'm calling them game data files because Godot wants CSV files to be translation files, and they're not, and Godot does weird things to them as a result. What's one that I have? Oh, behaviors. That ought to be a good one. Yeah, movement. So just for testing purposes, these are the data structures that drive how objects move. So, so movement player here is how the player moves. That's, I take keyboard input. So I have, let's say, toPlayer is a combination of a move straight line object with a targeter that is on the player. So the movement, the code is whatever direction you're going, go in that direction. And the thing that determines what that direction is a targeter that says the player is where I'm going. So whatever direction the player's in. So that combination of move in a straight line and the player being the target causes it to home in on the enemy. Whereas target a random enemy, I have lock on a random enemy, which will constantly update its position to where that enemy is, and then move in a straight line. It goes straight at them. Fixed random entity is it targets a random entity, but it doesn't lock them. So once it is decided where that entity is, it points at where it was at the time that it looked for them. That is the direction it will go. It does not change that direction. Same with random direction. All of this stuff is, I've already coded it, but there are 10 different iterations of move in a straight line. They are the same code. I'm using it in 10 different ways here. So a decent portion of my code is also the infrastructure that lets me do this. Let me show you one of the eldritch things I'm doing. Okay. So this thing, oh, I'm sorry, to your question. Game engines are toolboxes. And each of them has like its different collection of tools that it has. Some of them have really good tools for some things and not for others. Like Godot is a really good entry-level programming game development engine. So are things like Game Maker and Unity. But if you want to make a VR game, Unity has better tools for that. In fact, it's got one of the better sets of tools for that. Unreal Engine, on the other side of the equation, is a full, like, mechanics garage tool shed. It is all of the toys. It is all of the complicated, very powerful tools. It can do everything. But that means you have to know how to use all of those tools properly. And those are the really good ones. Those are the, you know, the horrifying multi-tooth saw that'll take your whole arm off if you use it wrong. I will stick with my nice little red toolbox that lets me use languages that I'm more comfortable with. Like, could I use Godot using C++ and do all kinds of stuff with like low-level code calls, custom stuff? Yes, I could. If I was going that far, I would probably start looking into something like Unreal Engine. But I'm making a sprite-based game, and I'm doing the sort of optimization in code structure that lets me still optimize things very well. There's not stuff that I can look at Unreal Engine and say, I need 4K ray traced graphics. I don't, because I'm using like a approximately 640 resolution pixel graphic screen here. We have a 1080p fixed resolution scaled 3 times going on. I don't need ray tracing. Is that going to stop me from using things like shader shenanigans and whatnot to optimize the game? No, because that's cool and I want to do cool stuff. And it serves my purposes. To that point, so I showed you those spreadsheets. This mess here, what this is doing is when the game runs, it is going through the entire compiled executable and looking for every instance of an object that it implements iCatalogable. It's going to find that, and it's going to find all children of those, and it's going to put them in a list. And that list is then used to allow the JSON libraries for C# to decompile those, to deserialize those into objects that I have in the game. Do I have to do it this way? No, but the way that you would do it without doing it this way is insanity, and I don't wanna. But this is very complicated. And if somebody were to open up my code base and look at this when they didn't have the needs that I had, this would be madness. Why am I doing this? Why do I need this? Well, I need this because of these things. And I need these things because I want the game to be very moddable. Like, I want to be able to drop new resources into the file structure of my game, and boom, new monsters, new behaviors, new levels. Because that was another aspect of Noita. That was a big part of us playing it, was modability. That is a spirit that I want to carry forward, and I also think it's a healthy game design pattern. Because if people write mods for your game, people might get your game to play with the mods. You know, the reason that Minecraft is successful despite Microsoft and Mojang. Never underestimate the power of a fan base to do free work. Because, I mean, people will do things for the love of something. If somebody really enjoys it and they want to make their own version of it, cool. And if I can profit off of that, double cool. Exactly. It is the reason that there are a lot of Japanese like publications and whatnot that turn a blind eye to fan comics and whatnot. Yeah, pretty much, Ryzen. There are a lot of games that are only as popular as they are because of the fan community. That's something that Bethesda has actually stepped in hard before, is they didn't realize that people like to be able to play with the mods and whatnot. There was a period where Bethesda actually wanted to put a paywall around some mods. There would be like official community mods that you could like pay for and whatnot. And people got really upset. And it wasn't that people didn't like the idea of paying for mods. It was that Bethesda was going to be the arbiter of which mods would be purchasable, which mods would be official, that kind of thing. It created a barrier to the community, and people didn't like that. In a similar fashion, so when Microsoft acquired Minecraft, they started putting a lot of effort into making the C# version, the Bedrock edition of Minecraft, which fine. But one of the promises that Mojang dragged their feet on and that Microsoft continued to drag their feet on was official mod loading support. That is something that third party, like the fan base, had made extensive versions of, tools that would let you create packages of mods and stitch them all together so they work. All of those big streamer servers and whatnot would always have their own custom mod packs that were all carefully stitched together and loaded. Well, not only did the Bedrock edition, and I don't know if it does yet, not support any of the existing mods because disparate language, they also did not follow through on that. And in fact, several of the mod loaders lost compatibility based on actions of Mojang. Now, Minecraft is hard to kill at this point, but that's kind of a big middle finger to your fan base. Especially when your new content pattern seems to be, hey, it's been a year, would you like a different color cow? But yeah. Game development, like, learn your coding style, learn the tools that are useful for it. Learn what you're trying to make. Figure out how you want to make it, what tools you want to try to use and learn, and do it. Build a community. Don't disregard your community. There is money on the table. Don't swat it off the table. What is wrong with you? Yeah. Let's see. Just checking a couple of things here. Quick pushing buttons. Pushing more buttons. Okay, quick break, then we're going to get back to it. Be right back. Okay. All right, all right. Back on track. And you, and you, and you. Keep that, keep that, keep that. Keep you for a moment. That will be relevant. Okay, so now we have these two emitters or interfaces. Now we'll go to our interfaces. We have a bunch of just effectively bare bones emitter objects. Their whole purpose is just to send and to allow for messages to be sent, essentially, to be sent and listened to. They are intermediaries. There's nothing that says they just need to be an intermediary or that I couldn't add more stuff to them, but for the time being, that's all they are. So this is entered emitter. Still making doors, show. Still making doors. In particular, we are making the objects that send and to send the messages that doors will use. Most of my emitters look exactly like this. What do? They have an event, and they can send the event. That's it. That's what they do. Now, the reason I've set them up this way is so that if I want to replace them with something that does more stuff, when you invoke them, or maybe one object that is the kind of super emitter, that's fine. I can do that. It's an option that I have. Interface. Invoke with that. Just a moment. All right. Okay, so we have the emitters. Now we need to go into the service collection, and we need to add these. Scoped by emits, passage entered emitter. Hey, it's being useful. Let's see how long that lasts. Emits, passage exited, emitted. Yes. Okay. All right, so now we have that concept. Now we need to create a passage object. A lot of stuff has happened, Aryan, yes. Despite the fact that this looks like a mere 2 lines of code, that's got to be like what, an hour at least of design and introspection here. No idea the stuff that happened. It's a passive object, passage object. Okay, so it's going to have... So let's see here. I emits, message entered. Solve. How long have I been making this game? This is the 162nd stream. I think we've been... Oh, man. It's been at least a year of streams, I think. Like calendar time. We've been at it a while. Pretty much only on stream. There are some days where I'll spend several extra hours getting prepped for it, or there have been times when it's like, no, I need to take this offline and think about it before we can do a coding stream again. Because it's not terribly entertaining watching me stare blankly into the middle distance trying to figure out what to do next. But I try to do almost all of the coding on stream. That's kind of the vibe that I shoot for, Aryan. It is. If you want the same vibe, Key, I'll play games like Observation Duty periodically. So if you want to see me stare at the screen and mutter, then the coding streams and that are a good way to do it. I mean, to be fair, that's very similar to what happens in the like the root tree streams. I do find it fun that the root tree game has a, you know, the full corkboard picture strings between them kind of interface. Because the way that I play it really does have that murder wall vibe. It's sort of manic. It's all connected. What is it? Isn't it by using... Oh, well. If that doesn't resolve at that time, it's my own fault. Okay, so when we create a passage, we're going to need to set it up so that it has source room door and target room door pairs. So Thanks for swinging through, Shell. And don't worry, folks, if you don't have anything to say or you don't understand what's going on with the code or you just want to listen, all of that's fine. Some folks just like to listen. Some folks are here for the cats. It really doesn't matter. You watch how you want to watch. But we really want these to be strings. I kind of like the idea of them being named so that we can keep that up. So it's not a vector 2. Oh, man. Tuple. String. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we have a source room and a door goes to a target room and a door. There is no guarantee that this is bidirectional, but a passageway, so a default passageway, it would be bidirectional. So I would say door A, room A goes to room B, door B. And then the reverse is true. B goes to AA. That doesn't have to be the case. You can have one-way passages that if I go through AA, I get to BB. But if I try to go through BB, I get to some other place entirely. Again, the Lost Woods mechanism. Just because you went left doesn't mean you went further left. This is how it would work by default. But this is not how it has to work. Because like I said, it's just because it's a door does not mean you can go through it in both ways. It does not mean that a single passage could have dozens of entry points and a single exit. So it's not that there's this pairing. It's not that it's absolute. It's that there is a mechanism for saying, given this entry, what is my exit? So we have an on passage entered. How complex do I want to make this? So if I have this, then there's the assertion that passage is essentially abstract, and that's scary. If a passage doesn't do this, then how it do, you know? There's nothing saying it has to. Passages just provoke the game to do something. There's nothing saying that a passage has to listen to this particular event. Like, time could pass and it does its thing. So these are all implementation specific, everything up through here. All of it is implementation specific. So what is it about a passage that matters with any of this that would be like an interface or a parent? Passages should be catalogable, not because they need to actually be in the catalog. In fact, they probably shouldn't. In fact, they shouldn't, because they are level specific. There's no reason that there's nothing about a passage that would be reused, because all of its elements would have to be set up. So again, this is the basic structure that would be here, where I have a discrete list of AA goes to BB. And then most likely BB goes to AA, so that you can go back and forth through a door. That is not by necessity, but, makes sense. The trick here is, how much do I want to anticipate with how I do this? I kind of like the idea of being able to set up a labyrinth. And that's that there are passageways you can go that would set you back, You would loop back around. And either we can just completely re-instantiate the room or whatever. However I want to do that. I feel like by default, no, okay, there's nothing by default that says a passage has to listen for passage entered. Passages could be other things. The intent of a passage is to drive going between rooms. However, it's the mechanism for it to send you to another room is the thing that changes. Like, what it does with that behavior. So, again, it doesn't need to hear a passage entered. That is going to be much more effectively a door. So a door passage is, if I go through this door, something happens. And how would I do this? The thing that I'm kind of thinking the thing that I'm kind of thinking on here, and this might be a stall out point tonight, is how far ahead do I want to think here? Because in the simplest way possible, we can just do a two-way door, a 1 to 2-way door. Again, it doesn't mean you have to be able to go back. It just means that a given passage can define any number of pairings between a source and a target. Passage can be anything from 1 to all of the doors. So we could just define one big map of from A, go to B kind of thing. We can eventually set up alternatives to passage. And that's fine. They don't even need to be, since they would implement an interface, and that interface would just be a husk for now. I don't have to worry about it. Because there's nothing about any of this that isn't implementation specific. The fact that I'm listening to this message, that I have this method, that I have a get method, all of that is still implementation specific. Because this could still be just way more complicated than I'm presenting it as. Okay, so to head some things off at the pass, I'm going to say iPassage. iPassage is a public interface that also extends iCatalogable. If it's a passage, it's catalogable. That's all that this does. We are going to call this we're just going to call it a door passage for now. And this implements iPassage. Which has a catalog name and a catalog category. I'm totally doing that somewhere else, so catalog name we keep, and we do this. Catalog category. Pretty sure it does. There we go. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so right now we have that it has this interface. You got engrossed in the program, Key. Dead void. Attach events. Do, 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 do. My catalogable categories. Base catalog copy. Laura shared a little meme with me at one point that had essentially programmers through the ages, and it was ages as in age of the programmer. So you had a little child being like, showing what they were doing, and they're like, it's like magic. Then you had the college kid who's looking at it. It's like, actually, what's happening is that it's passing this to the CPU, and then this goes over to math processing. This gets loaded into the GPU, and a more complicated thing on the board behind them. Then the older guy with a massively convoluted diagram behind them on the whiteboard, who looks like they need their coffee to survive, is looking at the camera saying, it's magic. I wonder. Real quickly. Oh well. I still joke, I once encountered a load-bearing comment. Comments are generally no-op lines. They do absolutely nothing, and when they're compiled, they're removed, so they never even exist in the code that you run. But through some strange twist of fate, when that code was compiled, if the comment wasn't there, it somehow changed the resultant executable, causing it to crash. So a comment had to exist on that line in the function. And it was at a low enough level of code that we didn't want to break it. We did not have the time to root out why. But it was very much a, this should not be, this should never be. But somehow it is. Do a door passage needs a JSON catalogable to copy if to copy is door passage. Okay, so then we need to load in whatever's in door passage into pairs here. Each tuple string no, wait. For each key value pair in door passage dot pairs. Okay, for each one of these pairs, we're going to say our pairs add that. Tuples should be I think tuples are a pretty primitive class. Can I... So we're writing some duplication code right now. The function of this code is to make it so that if I need to, I can load it from a file, or that in particular, I can duplicate it. I can make a whole new object using the same values. Now, strings are raw types, but I don't know... Given that the tuple is a class, I can't afford to just pass it in as a value. That will preserve it, and it is technically alterable. So, It is more this, actually. Where.key dot item 2 comma value. So what this is doing is it is recreating this dictionary using entirely new objects. So the strings are the same, but a string is a primitive type, so it's not, well, a string is a low enough level type that I don't have to worry that I'm passing the same one in. Strings are passed by value, not by reference. Little string. Tuples are classes, so they're passed by reference, not by value, and I don't want them by reference. It should never be a problem, but it technically could be a problem. So we're going to head that off at the pass and not let it be a problem. If pairs dot contains key dot string. Ooh. Hopefully this does allow for equivalency. Okay, we're going to say room door is how this flows. Might I change my mind and make these numeric? Yes. But again, I like them to be strings. I like it to be that you have to type it right. But the more I think about this, the more obnoxious it will be to deal with this. Because if these were just vectors, they're absolutes and I don't need to worry about pairing them. And this should be clean enough. I declare it to be the case. Okay. Key pair dot value. Thank you, Abyssal, and welcome. Welcome. We are steadily plodding along through our passageway code. Okay, and if we're doing that, then these aren't a... Yeah, they are... We're going to change those messages too. We're writing some... Okay, so we are making a survivors-ish game using Godot and C#. A majority of the game is entirely on the C# side. We use Godot for rendering, heartbeat, and physics calculations. So any sort of visuals or UI are going to pipe through the Godot side with some... I mean, we're going to be messing with shaders again eventually, but we have dipped into other territory. Okay, so we need to go into the message, and instead of... It's an emitter, we need the message. Public vector2i vector2i spelled right. It does not hurt me to specify them. It doesn't hurt me to specify them. Int. Gojo, it's on this channel. Somewhere there are shorts and at least one stream that are of Genshin. That was a bit ago now, man. Well, let me get away with doing this. Let's find out. That, and let's see, you are on what here? I don't know if it'll let me do this, but there you go. That is the first time I ever played that game. But Gojo, we're doing well. We're doing well. Target room, target door. We're good there. Then passage entered message. That is an int and an int. Just so. And then we go into our... That's still okay. We go into a doorway passage. We do this and this. Vector2i source. Welcome, Bunny, and thanks for the follow. Yeah. Vector2i, and that will be source rooms restore. Okie dokie, okie dokie. If it contains that, then my target is equal to pairs source. So let's see, we would activate the room. My favorite game in childhood. Depending on exactly when you're talking about, Final Fantasy 1, 4, or 6. Interspersed in that, Breath of Fire 1 and 2. I think those would be the best bets. After that, things change up a lot. And if you ask me this question in the future, I might have a different answer anyway, but... Nintendo DS games? Yes. Okay, so now if we have a door passage, which because it's catalogable, it will be referenced by door passage, then we can take that and we could add that in to our room. No, that would be in the level. That would be in level. Way to make me feel old, Gojo. It's a common enough occurrence. We don't load entities. We don't detach events there. We don't even use level map. We're going to leave it, though, because it will cause problems for the time being if we rip it out. Room is a known object. So I have a list of room entities, and room entities are simple objects as well, I think. Or at least there's only one type of room entity, so I don't need to worry about that. JSON, ignore you. I have a world map here, which is okay. We can extract that. Now, this will prevent anything from loading. What I just did made it so nothing will load as far as enemies are concerned. I don't think it will explode. But there's no little spawner critter here. Thank you for the follow there, Abyssal. Okay, so we're still functional. That's good. I will not answer guesses as to my age, but a lot of the things I talk about will give it away to some extent or another. Okay, so then in level, we have our We have a dictionary of integer to room, which is rooms. Set is equal to new dictionary of into room. Okay, so that gives us, these are our rooms. Then we're also going to have our we just need a list of the passages. We don't need a dictionary of them. Is of I passage. Okay. So we need to be able to identify rooms by key. This is relevant. For passages, we just need to keep them around. The only reason we have them here is so that they exist in the executable. Okay, so there's passage entered. So I've entered a passage. There's actually two stages to entering a room. There's entering the room and there's entering the door. If we take it in those two steps, things get a little more straightforward. Because when I go to enter the room, either the room object itself could be created and could be listening to that. It will be in a state that it hasn't loaded all its stuff yet, and could just activate in that way. Since we're going to have all of the data for the rooms anyway, it doesn't hurt to have them listening to events. Because again, the rooms aren't going to be catalog items, so they do exist, just their entities haven't necessarily been loaded. But if we get an event that says this room has been entered, that is an opportunity for that room to do all of its footwork. Yes. Yes. Okay. Just real quickly, or I forget. Bad commit, way too much. I do periodically play other games, Gojo. We've been on a bit of an investigation game tear, but that doesn't mean that I won't slide something else in periodically. I like a lot of different games. There are a lot of them that I don't play despite them being the flavor of the week. I blame Iron Mouse for making Warframe the flavor of the week, and I shall not play Warframe again, he said to himself, reaffirming. So we set up the rooms. We set up the passages. Okay, we need to change the messages. Okay, this is, we're going to start with just one of them. This is not, so we have passage entered. There is no passage exit. There is a, well, passage exit still works. I've exited the passage. That puts me in the room. I can then have a, it's a terminology thing. I don't want to say door is the trick. We can do this in 2 steps. So the door raises a passage entered. Or the entry raises a passage entered. So we've headed in. We know where we've come from, which room and which door. At that point, the passage is determining where we go. We want the room to be activated as necessary, because until the room is fully activated, the door message won't necessarily work. But it is the passage that determines what to do. So all of that is kind of moot. I can still call out the event, but we could still call out and say which room we're going to activate. Because it's not a passage exit at that point. It's the passages are the ones that care. An exit from a room, all it does is when we talk about a passage in that regard, it's just calling out that one was entered. There is no actual connection between that door and the passage, aside from there being a passage that listens for that particular pairing to take action. If there are duplicates, technically there'd be 2 in a row, which would be dumb, and that would be your own fault, kind of thing. The level files will not be trivial in their complexity, but we're close. Now we're at the stage where I'm looking at the practical implementation of the next step, and that's that I am into passage logic. The exit from the room has called out in a way that the passages will step in and begin the logic. A door passage is the type that is going to... It's about 8 p.m. over here, Gojo. A door passage says this exit goes to this other entrance. This is not like a level end or, deathfall kind of passage. This is something that says if you touch this, you're going to another room. That is the point of this kind of passage. So when it operates, it is going to activate. It's going to ensure that a particular room is activated. So we're going to need a way to call out in that regard. So we would need to be able to call out to like a a level manager. So the level ceases to be by itself. The level is just a data structure again. We need something that then manages the rooms. The whole flow, I should say. Okay, we're going to try to pick this up next time. We're going to try to pick this up next time because we might be hitting the limit on the thought process here. But we're close. We're very close. We're at kind of raw implementation here. We know what we want to have happen, but it's to the nuance. It's like how you say it. How I want the flow to occur, not what I want it to do. But yeah, we're wrapping up for the night. I do hope to have another stream tomorrow and Sunday. At the very least, I want one more stream on the weekend. We want to be hitting at least 4. I want some greater regularity. We're still hoping to get to weekly schedule, something where you can look at the week and say, this is when Newt will be streaming. We'll get our act together eventually. One day in the future, we'll do that again. But for the time being, if you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, comment. All of those buttons are generally good, and I'd appreciate it if you press them. If you'd like to consider financially supporting the channel, you can do so through platform-specific means as well as off-platform methods that can all be found in the link tree in my bio and video descriptions. But with all that said, I hope the rest of your day is good, and I will see you next time.